All rise. Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Penny Askew presiding. Session. The Honorable Penny Askew.
All right, if I could have counsel approach for a moment, please. I put my microphone on. Sorry, Judy. Are you ready for the jury? Yes. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. All right. Dr. Hughes, if you can come back to the stand for me, please. All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Hughes. I'm Wayne Dennison.
Good morning.
Morning. You testified yesterday that you have to give careful attention to gendered stereotypes. When you're talking about intimate partner violence, you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes. And during your testimony, you in fact paid attention to types, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, and then you testified at length, both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the
Aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that
victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
I was using the she and her pronouns because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence. That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
You, in fact, said women get the right reasons. That's what you said. The woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard to be the victim of it. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time of a man.
Well, I don't into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters. And so I treat and evaluate men all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking you about treatment. You testified on behalf of a man.
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted for physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right. Why don't we take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
7. Let's look at page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence, was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female and the male can be of his partner.
So let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in a male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony. The only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
That I testified.
That you testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay.
Of psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness.
You're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year, the best most done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for.
What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of you applied expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology, what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practices contain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work, unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct, and I also do pro bono work as well.
There. In fact, you actually instruct other use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom and how to, for advocates and people who could not have the experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence, yes.
All right. Can we pull up PX 1241? Do you recognize that document? Do you recognize that document?
Page of a PowerPoint presentation?
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
By myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a...
Presentation given by whom?
By myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
Okay. And who did you give this?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 1241 in evidence. Do you want it published or?
Yes, let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
All right. And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation, misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the bar.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right, they were prosecutors and attendants at that bar association.
At your deposition, you testified that you...
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an error at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them, that's correct.
All right. So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much?
$100 an hour.
$500 an hour. And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
Right. You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not, as to whether Mr. Depp committed
Violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role, and then just determining whether it's consistent, right?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's...
Just determining whether it's consistent, right?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct about a forensic evaluation, not a limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you're probably...
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed.
Or independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. Testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard, and how, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard, and how that comports with the therapy records and all the others. Correct, personally. Correct.
Right. And all you know is what Ms. Heard self-reported to you and others.
That's not correct.
Because you did.
And I reviewed medical records, and I reviewed other witness statements of what they witnessed and what they saw.
And all of the statements that you reviewed, those were statements that started with Ms. Heard, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, the medical records did, didn't they?
Well, the medical records, if what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't Ms. Heard until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged? How'd you get hired to do this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
Or were you interviewed by her legal team as to, not interviewed?
I was not.
You were Heard or assessing Ms. Heard. She could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right, several times yesterday you used language Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
Language about assessing Ms. Heard's relation with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relation.
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party, absolutely.
But
and especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask whether you get a lot of information. I assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that, but you certainly can.
To Ms. Heard for, what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long have you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he logical evaluation.
Right. In fact, you never met Mr. Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages, making a conclusion about Mr. Depp himself.
Is the standard now not necessarily totally blind? That's how you assess the relationship, if it's not necessarily totally.
No, we assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamic in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports what the individual is telling us, way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data.
Let's talk about some of that data.
Sure.
All right? You chose to conduct some collateral interviews.
Correct.
Right? And you interviewed Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. And you looked at her notes.
Correct.
And you know that Miss Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, doesn't know anything about the version of what happened in Australia until Miss Heard had already been sued. Correct?
I believe Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred, so that would be correct. Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred, so that would be correct. She did reach out to Dr. Connell Cohen about Australia, who she was treating with at that time contemporaneously.
Cohen, we'll get there. Yeah. So,
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
yeah.
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Connell Cohen.
That's
You
correct.
also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that he was telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
If he has no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, totally honest with you, then you believe what they're saying.
Right. No other data to believe otherwise, but the sole thing that's happening is Ms. Heard or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him. She's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical cycle, what's going on in her life.
All right. But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, in his testimony, I have a lot more rich information of having spoken to him for 2 hours and reviewing his clinical notes.
He testified he was making a leap of faith with respect to that, right? Back to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
All right. And Ms. Heard with any personality disorders. You remember that?
Yes.
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
Correct. And I asked, did he have any indications that even if he doesn't, as his practice, use them, does she meet criteria for a personality disorder? And he told me she did not.
All right. So you asked him specifically, you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in
Notes, it's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms. Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional. Did Dr. Cohen testify that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Heard?
Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him, Dr. Cohen, concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Heard.
Ms. Heard told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined the treatment he was providing Ms. Heard.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had correspondence with Dr. Kipper. Other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consultation.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with them once.
Correct.
All right. And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Heard's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
All right. You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Heard after Mr. Depp.
The entirety of my work in this case happened, obviously, after the lawsuit.
Did you review, in that context, any of Paige Heard's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Ms. Heard. I mean, Miss Paige Heard, Amber Heard's mother, did talk to me about her relationship.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. You testified that you approach a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's not correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel, on behalf of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, I guess, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with individually. And then she saw them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
I didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did? How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson, victim of spousal abuse?
Her words, yes.
And you also understood
that she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Heard. But that's something about Ms. Heard significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been, her words, well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
Right. I know that you testified medical records.
Yes.
All right.
Correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with Ms. Heard on a regular basis during her relationship.
Correct, I had her.
The nursing notes.
Yes.
So you know that Ms. Heard admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
So I'm not sure where that came from.
But you relied on everybody else's notes. So the stuff you disagree with, you disregard, and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
But that's what you did.
That's not correct.
Right. Filati saw Ms. Heard immediately after she returned from Australia. Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Heard in her, looked at her notes, and there's no injury to Ms. Heard documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia?
Correct.
You talked about this concept, which you then defined, lethality. And you testified there's certain factors of their present relation. A woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look as to whether a woman is in a very... Can we pull up PX 92?
It will be published.
Do you know what this is?
This is the knife that Ms. Heard gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish?
Un poquito? Yes, it says hasta la muerta, until death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life, her intimate partner, a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
We can do that later. So we talked about, you talked a little bit about purporting to demonstrate jealousy with Ms. Heard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you displaying jealousy regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, the very first time you misheard, she talked to you about Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page. So, do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what is it?
It's one, a top sheet of a background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. Now, this is, who filled it out?
I filled it out,
Whose form is it?
my form.
All right. I'm going to move just the first page into evidence, other portions of it later.
Could you back out so she can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, I can.
All right, we will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
No objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full. Okay. Are there any identifiers that need, or we're just going?
Yeah.
All right.
Probably.
Okay, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but
Okay, well, you can, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but all right. 1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right? 1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right, you want to publish to the,
Let's publish it to the jury.
I'm not comfortable publishing to the jury if there's identifiers.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it at a break to make sure that we.
well, we can, why don't you,
I don't see anything on the first
if
page.
you want to look at that, any, well, that's what they're going to show.
That's what we're going to show.
All right.
Bottom corner, your notes. And it's under the section of your notes that's entitled Intimate Relationships.
Correct.
Right. One of the notes here on the right, it says JF, that's James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close but really wanted to be with Johnny.
It says JF friends, they were friends.
All right. Line there because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form?
She wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. Queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case.
And there's a note for December 2015.
When they became friendly.
Right. And that was a period of time in which Ms. 15, and at least you put it under intimate relationships. You put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. This is friends?
No.
No. Well, let's look at the next one.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
All right. May 2016.
Correct.
May 2016.
Correct.
Met him in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. New York, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And she says she dated him after 2016. When did she file the TRO?
The last answer was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 20th.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that.
All right. Yeah. Sometime after the TRO?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You talked, we can take this today about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah. Understand your position on this. Is it your position that if Ms. Hurd, stand your position on this, is it your position that,
And I testified to that.
right, and how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit? I don't know, how would you know other than her telling you? You weren't there, right?
I was not there. That instances.
You indicated that you'd listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case?
That's correct.
All right, a portion of one of those recordings. It's 246.01 to 247.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, I said, no, tell him what you said.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out? I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face and a proper slap, but I was hitting. No, even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know. You. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you.
You did, so I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing.
Misheard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable?
About this tape suggest to you that it's characteristic of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, not be reactive violence.
All right. You testified that Ms. Heard reported to you that she engaged in
Low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested, if you correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly.
You said you reviewed medical records, reports to her therapist, which you call medical records, right? Medical record that reflects any injury misheard.
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, Falat, I'm not recalling her married name, indicate had a busted lip, and then she went to Dr. There's a note in the similar 2 days that Dr. Laurel Anderson saw the 2 bruises from that same incident as well.
I'd like to put up PX 144. It's been published to the jury briefly. I'm going to keep it up. That photograph doesn't reflect a low level of violence. That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp.
Injury, correct.
Yeah. All right. Throwing a can of mineral spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right. So
the incident I think that you're referring to, that was not necessarily reactive violence. That was in a state of frustration or anger.
all right, so frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence.
No.
Right. Reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be
Asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that kit fall off the wagon?
If it's, again, you would need more information and context.
A second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, again, psychological violence and abuse, coping strategies, that is absolutely true.
Once you've thrown one bottle and missed, when you throw the second one, now it's reactive violence?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any.
All right. I'm going to ask you about some of the testing that you did. One of the things that you did was a form, looked like called a relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactics.
That you had with you on the, because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right. All right.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS-2. It's dated 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about partners done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
And how often did this happen in the past? Single one of the things that Ms. Heard identified happened to her in the last one of the things that Ms. And one of the although it says, please, how often did this past year, one of the questions is, My partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
Do you have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
Angry sex.
No.
She
And you
wasn't
helped
framing them as physical force, as not to do treatment. My job was to do an evaluation, and that's what I did.
All right. So you did an evaluation. One of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right. And you diagnosed the long before you made use of the gold standard test.
Just without using the caps all the time.
All right. So just so you and I are on the same page, and I think we are, this gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS 5.
That is correct.
Until after you'd already diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in December 27, 2021 when I administered the caps. That's correct.
All right.
She had PTSD in December 27, 2021 when I administered the caps. That's correct.
And you didn't give the CAPS 5. Hold on, I'm going to strike that question. Did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the caps.
You submitted an expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes to the attorneys at that point.
All right. You met with, I'm using the cheat sheet, share.
Thank you.
October 11th, 2000.
Last time that I saw Ms. Heard, I saw her over as having had all the background information. The CAPS 5 is a great structure. That is correct.
All right. Why don't we pull up 1247?
This is a new one, so we don't have it. I just need to know.
I'll get you.
Sure. It's just to the witness right now, so, okay. Okay.
You can, Dr. Hughes, you can actually help with that question. This is like more than 20 pages long. Right?
It's about 20 pages.
Right. All right. More than 20 pages long. Right?
It's about 20 pages.
Right. Let's get. This is a series of questions that you. I'd like to publish the first page. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I'd like to have a copy of it before future they should, at a minimum, give us a copy of whatever they're putting in.
Sure, they'll get you a copy of it.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Can we put up the second page?
Are you putting the second page into,
Can we put up the second page?
are you putting the second page into evidence?
Not yet.
Then I can't put it up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See the second page.
Thank you. This is the second page. This is instructions on how you do it.
Correct.
So when you score, you look at two things, right? You look at frequency and
Correct.
factors you use to score. So document, correct?
The criterion A, which means that in order to, as I said yesterday, PTSD, you have to have sustained a very specific traumatic event. PTSD, you have to have sustained a very specific traumatic event. That's the first D to get through the door.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to, I'd like to be able to get them a copy. You can do the fourth page is yours.
It's all my handwriting.
All right, the entirety of it.
You're still on 12. Well, I mean, do you have plaintiff's exhibits 1247? Just 1247. I don't have it either. 1430. Copy, would that be easier for you?
It's
Yeah, I'm going to move the entire document into evidence.
That's fine.
no objection, though.
All right, so even though I pulled it from Defendants 1435, we want to make this 12,
Thank you.
okay.
Does your other one back?
I kind of need it. All right. Thank you. We'll just change the number on it. All right. So it's 12 in evidence, plaintiff's 1247 in evidence, and now it can be published to the jury.
Thank you. Why don't we publish the fourth page where we're talking about? So what this references is the event you said was the worst. What you have filled in here is 3 words. IPV by Johnny, right?
Correct.
Is the next box IPV by Johnny, right?
Correct.
All right. And then what happened box, and you've not written a single thing in the
Hours with misheard, I know what goes in that box. If
It's
you
a
look at the top,
standard test that asks what happened, and it says, how old were you? How were you involved? Was anyone in life danger? And none of that information you provide in your, it is.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
box is contained in my 80-plus clinical notes of my evaluation of misheard up until this point. It would have been incredibly redundant to do that again here.
But you knew what to do.
And I knew that they would have, the client chooses to the anchor to identify what the worst event is for them.
You wrote IPV by Johnny. That's
She experienced in her life which one is the worst. This is in my 80-page, is a handwritten, single-spaced clinical notes. Well, these are the questions about the symptoms. So I'm asking specific for a year, what is the trauma expression at this time? It can change over time. It could go away. It can get better. It can get
go a couple more pages in. Let's go. Indication of what kind of triggers, what kind of reminders trigger these reactions.
She answered that.
To recover.
She has some difficulty.
And we talked about how these things are scored, and we looked at, you got to look.
Then that's what the frequency is.
And you didn't fill that. All right, let's look at the next one. The very next box. How often in the past month?
Correct. Pardon?
How often in the past month? You left that one.
Certainly, I could multiply 2 times 4 and put in 8.
Times the number of months. Now you chose not to answer that question. Past month. Again, you left it blank.
If you look on the right hand,
Intensity and frequency.
and when somebody says it's how,
To the next.
and when somebody says it's how,
To the next box. Have you difficulty remembering?
she has important aspects that are missing.
But all you had to do was put a number in here. You know you had to. You knew how to score this thing.
Well, this measure actually doesn't.
The next one.
I know. Well, I did not code it as a PTSD symptom.
Okay, let's go to the next one. How much of the time in the past month have you felt that way as a...
Right in the box where I'm coding the instrument.
We're going to talk about...
Correct.
All right. But you leave it blank.
They're on the right side of the document.
All right. You want to talk about the right side of the document? Let's do that. After you did the anchoring event, IPV by Johnny,
To test for the limits and see at this point in time, Ms. Heard had a child, and sometimes when people have children, their trauma gets evoked. Is she having those symptoms as well? She already had the PTSD from the interpersonal violence. I wanted to see if there were any additional symptoms.
all right. And you knew that she had had, as a young person.
That is correct.
All right. And so you wanted to make sure that there wasn't some impact. Right. And so you decided to give her the test again.
Well, I didn't give it again. It's called testing the limits. I went back to some of the questions. And is this also happening vis-a-vis your childhood abuse? Are you also having intrusive thoughts and feelings about?
So there are a series of notations on the right-hand side. Let's go to page 5 of 20 in the test. All right. Why don't we highlight those that start under the word childhood? All right. So the way you tested for childhood PTSD is to write a notation in the corner and answer a couple of questions. Same test.
Well, I wasn't, it could in fact meet criteria for the,
But Mr. Depp isn't responsible for her childhood abuse.
that is correct.
Right. And the way you tested this childhood abuse PTSD is you made notations in the right-hand column of a form that you partially filled out.
It was clearly filled out in the box where we score the cap.
That is the appropriate way that the gold standard test for PTSD for childhood trauma should be administered.
Any affirmatives, and I needed to go further. I could have administered another CAPS 5. There were not. I did not need to do that.
She had suffered from severe childhood trauma.
No, because she wasn't suffering symptoms at that point in time.
Mr. Dennison, are you moving to a different topic now?
I am.
Okay, all right, this might be a great time to take our, okay, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take,
Your Honor, before
Yes.
you take the break.
Yes.
May I get a copy of the new exhibits from them so that I can see it over the break?
I don't know if we can do it before, but we'll.
Well, I mean, I need to be able to
Sure.
redirect, and I have never seen these. so-
okay, we'll work through it, okay? Let's take a recess of 11. All right, we ready for the jury? Okay. All right, thank you. To be seated. Next.
Why don't we put a backup plan? Again, this is the CAPS 5 for this until you already had Dr. Curry's scores, did you?
That's not correct.
No? You admit, correct?
That's not correct.
You administered it after Dr. Curry had administered hers.
I learned that in late February, but I had no way of knowing that in December of 2021.
And you didn't make any reference to this in your disclosures until after Dr. Hers, right?
I don't recall the.
Let's go to the top of the page. We'll blow that up. We'll start with standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. See that language?
I do.
We don't contend it's standard not to fill out the frequency line.
I think if you're filling it on the right side of.
To simply leave blanks that are already in the form.
I didn't leave blanks when I needed to find out the frequency of the symptom.
Read prompts verbatim, one at a time, and in the order presented, and then has a variety of time, and in the order presented, and then has a variety of exceptions. With respect to the childhood trauma notations you made in the margin of the CAPS 5, you didn't childhood trauma notations you made in the margin of the CAPS 5, you didn't read the prompts verbatim, did you?
I read, if there was a yes, then I would have made a decision, do I need to administer a whole nother?
You talked about endorsement of symptoms. Okay. You talked about endorsement of symptoms. Ultimately, what you're looking for with to PTSD is functional deficiencies. It's one of the things you look for, right?
Well, with any DSM, it's as a result of the symptoms that the individual is experiencing.
Okay. So, in fact, if you go to all the way to the end of the form, the things that we deal with is impairment in occupational functioning, right?
Correct.
All right. What's Ms. Hurd's occupation?
She's an actor.
All right. And she had just wrapped the highest level of her profession, correct?
She had a number of PTSD symptoms while she was filming Aquaman 2.
Right.
That interfered with her ability to really organize a lot of resources for herself in order to go forward and film that.
I asked you whether she was performing at the highest level of her profession. Yes or no?
I don't have to answer that.
Okay. But did she report to you that she loves to cook?
She loves to cook, yes.
Yeah. Hike?
But,
read?
yep.
Spend time with friends?
If she can, that has been significantly diminished as a result of her PTSD symptoms as a result of this case.
She did,
Right. Exercises every day?
for the most that I can tell, she does.
Yeah. Completed level?
She did?
All right, she did all of these things, and you've made a determination to her occupational functioning.
I made a determination that the symptoms interfere with her functioning. She does these things, but it's not like the panic attack, even though she has an intrusive recollection of the trauma, even though she's having heart palpitation, but it does interfere.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about another administered, and that one's called the PAI. Do you know that one?
Yes, I do.
Assessment inventory?
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't we put in front of the witness the PX 1244? Put in front of the witness the PX 1244. Ron, if I could approach you.
All right, 1244. Thank you.
So, Dr. Hughes, do you recognize PX 1244?
Yes,
And it's a list of endorsements,
correct,
and that's derived from the PAI?
correct.
And this is the PAI that you gave 9/26/2019.
In front of me, so
Why don't we scroll down to the bottom, Tom? And there.
yep.
There
Thank
it is
you.
down there.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Now, critical item in, I'm going to move this document, PX 12.
Your Honor, I would request that the entire document be put in there, not a piece on a piece.
I'm only going to ask her about this piece.
I still would ask for the.
Well, it's into his exhibit, which is just the first page.
No.
All right, 1244 in evidence.
Okay. So critical item endorsement. This starts a total of 20 PAI items reflecting serious pathology have very low endorsement rates in normal samples. These items have been termed critical items. You're familiar with that concept?
Yes, I am.
All right. And I just want to ask you about a couple of the critical items. The first one is potential for aggression. This was deemed under your PAI a critical.
Potential for aggression bear on your analysis?
Number one, certainly Ms. Hurd reported to me that in her relationship that would happen. Her anger and her affect regulation would become impaired. Reported to me that in her relationship that would happen. Her anger and her affect regulation would become impaired. Number two, you have to look at the total scales was not elevated, so it would not be a major cause of clinical concern. Number three, she had 4 responses that she could say to this question. Sometimes true or false. She chose sometimes true. So she's answering honestly about her experience.
So sometimes.
Correct.
All right. So you've talked a little. Sometimes my temper explodes.
Correct.
All right. So you've talked a little bit about this concept called malingering. And there's one here for potential malingering. And this is another one of these critical items means that these are serious pathology, right?
Well, as you can see, it says endorsement of these critical items is not in and of itself diagnostic. The content of the item, and that's how you make the determination, is this something of clinical concern that you need to do more understanding about?
Okay, so item endorsement. This one reads, under potential malingering, I think I have 3 or 4 completely different personalities inside of me.
Correct.
And she endorsed that as sometimes. Okay.
And there's not one elevated malingering scale on the PAI.
Yeah. Let me ask you about another document. All right. I'm going to mark the document as PX 1248.
1248?
1248.
Okay.
All right. Can you put up PX 1248 just for the witness? Dr. Hughes, do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. And these are critical items that were deduced. Dr. Hughes, do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. And these are critical items that were deduced.
Correct.
And what's a zero mean? What
For her at the time frame that the test was administered.
And these are all self-reports, right? I'm doing something violent because you were you were so upset.
Correct.
See that language? You knew her to do violent things when she's upset.
This test specifies how often have you had these symptoms in the last 6 months?
Just in the last 6 months.
Correct.
All right. So she hadn't had them in the. This test also asks and inquires about intentionally hurting yourself or cutting.
In the last 6 months.
Right. In the last 6 months.
Correct.
Had Ms. Heard previously indicated to you that she cut herself?
She in him as a teenager in a reckless.
Had cut herself. What did you do to satisfy yourself that she didn't continue to engage in that behavior?
And had it ever occurred again? Had she ever engaged in suicidal behavior or suicidal gestures? That's part of that screen.
Where did Ms. Heard cut herself?
I'd have to look at my notes to be sure. All
right. Why don't we do that? That's in your intake note, correct?
I don't recall.
What number is it? All right, why don't we go to PX 938? And if you'd put it up for the witness. All right, that's not it. Let's go to the next page.
There we go. All right. PX 938, we're on the third page.
Background information sheet has already been admitted into evidence. And there's a about earlier about intimate relationships.
I'm sorry, the question?
Yeah. All right, there we go. What number is this? All right, there we go. What number is this? This is in at 1246. This page, anyway.
Right?
This page, anyway, I'll ask that it be published to the jury. All right, we're going to do it again.
What, so 1246?
1246.
Right? Okay, it's in evidence. There's supposed to be redactions, though, but, okay. All right, that's in 1246.
All right. So why don't we, section. There's intimate relationships here relative to a variety of people, including Tasha. Who's she?
She was Miss Heard's wife.
Okay. And preceded her relationship with Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
Did you say on direct no previous inter-partner violence? Just yes or no?
I don't believe I did.
No. You don't believe that you saw inter-partner violence, or you didn't say it on direct?
I don't believe.
Okay.
All right, yes, sir.
Thanks.
TRO?
With, on May 21st?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did Ms. Hurd spend the night with her at the ECB between May 21 and May 27?
I recall, I mean, again, it would be helpful to have my notes so I can tell you exactly. I recall that she did see him at some point. I do not know if he spent the night.
Do you know if Elon Musk spent the night during that period?
I don't know.
You cannot testify that Johnny Depp was not a
Perpetrated upon him.
Dr. Hughes, you were asked about some presentations. I think plaintiff's 1241 was the first one. If we can bring that up. Tom, could you help me out with that? 1241? Scroll down. What was the significance of this presentation? And it's just one page? Oh, it's not the entire presentation. Okay. Can you please tell the jury what you provided in this presentation?
To the best of my recollection, what I spoke to you about before of how people court system and present and
You recall this presentation?
All right, 1242.
Okay. And could we publish it to the jury, please?
So I was asked by the head of assistance. This was just because attorneys. And as I stated before, this presentation was about how to really understand cases of domestic violence, what are the myths and misconceptions about, and without seeing the rest of the presentation, I believe that was the thrust of this presentation.
Okay. Asked about some limited questions on testing. I'm going to ask Thank you, Sammy. Dr. Hughes, is this your CV?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 1434. Here for Dr. Hughes, I'm trying to seek completeness.
I understand. Also,
Now, Dr. Hughes, you've testified about the different,
That's correct.
and this is the
any objection?
DSM-5. But she administered all these tests, Your Honor, and they can, for completeness of record.
There was no objection to when they put theirs in. Now,
I would
now
say,
they're object.
that they can't just put a partial in and then not have the completeness of the testing in the documents.
Well, they put argument then. That's just a different test.
Well, it's also,
But what's the objection, though, that there's? Okay, all right, I'll sustain the objection. Next one.
all right, well, then we'll go, you did the TSI. Well, before we go on to the others, let's talk about, could you please,
Sustain.
can you tell us why the
For psychiatric disorders, it's published by the American Psychiatric Association. That's where it has all the criteria, or panic disorder or PTSD. What the CAPS is, the clinical diagnosis.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you make as a result of this DSM-5?
Right. So not only on this, I mean, this instrument can stand alone where she meets PTSD just by virtue of this instrument, pardon me, but also the other symptoms of PTSD. So there are multiple measures that are consistent across time.
Given one page of the scoring on the TSI.
Were the critical items on those respective tests.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask to bring up, which is the full PAI.
From the 344 questions that Ms. Hurd answered on this test.
And what were the results? What did I?
Well, that the results were valid and reportable on traumatic stress disorder symptomatology.
And I believe you said again that there.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So elevated scores are statistical principles. So when a scale is elevated, it means that we have sort of greater confidence that this individual endorsed a lot of different symptoms that make this scale relevant, and that person is having an elevated score on something like depression or anxiety. It gives us greater confidence that, this person's maybe reporting depressive symptoms like people who are depressed.
And what would constitute an elevated score?
Well, on different T-scores, it's a little different statistically, so you have to look at it differently. But certainly, it's usually about a T-score of a 65. As a normative curve is a way of allowing us to compare people's scores, comparing your scores to the normative group of scores.
Okay. And test as opposed to a one piece of paper or one page?
Well, certainly you cannot tell the entirety of how critical items.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 1858.
An objection, hearsay.
And this is the completeness, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
59. And this is, you were shown one page from the TSI-2. Do you own one page? What is the significance of the TSI-2 exam, the full exam?
The trauma symptom inventory, and on this score the trauma symptom inventory is and on this score she had elevation with accompanying distress, and then the defensive avoidance scored high on a scale of relational avoidance, having difficulty feeling close in relations and relationships, not only intimate relationships but friendships as well, and that's individuals have after having sustained an interpersonal trauma like domestic violence.
Okay. And would it be helpful?
As with anything, seeing
I would argue the completeness
If we could
rule
approach
again.
for this.
Hughes, you were shown a couple of finger pictures. And I believe you indicated injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you have any understanding of the cause of those injuries by Mr. Depp?
I do want,
Let's bring up Defendants Exhibits 37.
Jamie doesn't have it, so 370.
You're on.
Jamie doesn't have it, so 373, I can mark it, but it's not admitted yet.
I think there was
Unless
a
it's-
version of that.
Your Honor, it's not redacted, and I don't believe it's been.
398 redacted isn't evidence.
That might be the one. All right. If you could. And I think we're looking for, if you could move that up, Michelle. There we go. You could blow that one up. And this is an email from Mr. Depp to David Kipper, his doctor, correct?
correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the last part of this, and this is on 3/19/2015. Thank you for everything. I got to figure out how to do this. I'm missing the controls on this. Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder to you, Your Honor, that I should never cut off my finger again. Do you see that?
Leading.
Okay.
I'll sustain the objection next.
Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. Let's go to Defendants Exhibit 499. Is it the redacted?
It's a redacted one.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
one. Thank you. Message from Mr. Depp to Erin Falati. We talked about her earlier on 10/31/2000. Second time he's held off giving me my meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Do you recall seeing that as part of the documents that you reviewed? We can take that down. Now, you were also asked to listen to an audio tape. 343. I'm going to pull up that same audio tape from the same. We're going to start with 2 minutes 40 seconds 00, going to 2 minutes 40 seconds and 21.
It's a fucking irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so.
One inform the other.
Oh man, go home and listen to the tape.
Now, that was just before the punch that was played. Do you recall that?
Objection leading.
Well, the tape recording that you listened to was at 2:46:01 to 2:47:20, and that was 2:40 through 2:40:21. Correct?
I understand. yes.
Objection leading.
Okay. Now let's go to, thank you. Now let's go to after that, 2:52:00 to 2:52:34.
Because of how it's been lately, like since Australia, and I have been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
We had a great time other than the fact that we had a fight on the train.
Yeah.
Physical.
Yeah.
No, we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else.
And then let's go to 3:20:00 to 3:21:37. And while they're getting the places that he listed on that audio tape.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What do you recall Mr. Depp saying about fights that they'd had? on that audio tape.
Objection, no foundation.
She just listened to it.
Overruled, okay.
Yeah, I think it was hard to hear in this one. I had listened to it previously, just acknowledging that there are fights previously.
More physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because as we continue that, baby, I told you this once, I'm scared to death. We are a fucking crime scene.
I know.
If we don't get our, by getting our shit together, that might mean fucking A, we do this and we make it. That might mean, goddamn, you know, say, I've tried, done, to blue. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. And I do not want to leave you. I do not want to divorce. I do not want to get out of my. I just want peace. If I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize it.
Do you recall listening to that part of the tape, the audio tape?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall from that portion to hear? But
It's hard to hear, but what I recall from hearing that was the negotiation that the couple is trying to do and trying to say, you know, I'm going to do my part, I'm going to do better.
is it possible to turn that up anymore, or is it, I have one more? I'm just. Thank you. 6:20 to 3:29:50.
Your Honor.
What are we going to do different in the moment when you're mad and you go fuck it and you
In the
decide all bets are off?
Moment. Well, look what I did in Australia. Look what I accomplished. I put the fucker away. I told myself every fucking day, no, he's gone. No, he's gone. Fucking put him away. You over or make you feel shitty or anything like that? I remember it. I remember what I put on my list. I remember it, and I try to bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try to, if we're heightened, to say, please, I don't want you to feel this. I don't want to feel this. Let's
I know do different. I need to
It's
know
got to be done with your mind and your heart.
what do we do different if I have a problem. You
Tell
need
me.
to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you. Let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're gonna make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me. They're fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just I only start yelling when it's 11 and we're really in it.
You have to get better about that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had 3 physical fights in the last month and a half. No, but you witnessed it. You're great. You just argued. Let's go back there. Let's go back there in our fucking heads and on our hearts. Let's go back there and know on your
Is
list.
the monster gone? Did you? It's been so. When you get on that train, you get angry. You stay on it for so long, and you won't come down. You won't talk to the person
That's
that
not,
is you.
That's not always. That's not always.
Doesn't have to always be. What is it? Can you put that away? Can you remember the bigger picture? You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like this. No, you don't, because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them. You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed out on me all the time. You've got to take some olive branches from me. You've got to offer them too. You've got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I. So do I. Will you hear it? Will you call me out on it if I'm doing it?
Do you use?
Yes, I do.
And what is your interpretation of that? What do you recall?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
She's an expert.
Overruled.
I think this is more of how this couple is trying to negotiate in the face of all of the turmoil and the violence and the abuse. I think it's important pointing out is Australia. So they're talking about the honeymoon Australia, not the Australia where the incident happens. They go back, and that becomes a honeymoon time for them. And certainly hearing how this couple has talked about the monster and the person who comes out, as we talked about that cycle of violence where the person who, hurts her and isn't the same person that she loves and she cares about and that she wants to be with.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you also were at Dr. Bonnie Jacobs and her treatment and her treatment notes, and bring up Defendants 1059. And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it?
This Dr. Bonnie Jacobs treatment note starting in October 17th, 2011.
Okay. And do you recall whether Ms. Heard was already in a roulette time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And you testified quite extensively yesterday about Bonnie Jacobs' notes and entries there. Were those
These were the notes that I...
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I can ask it differently. And what, if any, of those citations that you gave to the jury were in these notes?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
These were the notes that I was referring to yesterday.
And what was the significance of these notes to you? You were asked again about them on cross.
Again, I found the treatment notes very significant because they had contemporaneous reports of what Ms. Heard was going through, not only what she was reporting in her relationship, but her accompanying symptomatology. What the notes revealed was there's a significant amount. Well, we see it unfold in time. We see where the violence starts, and we see how it unfolds. These three indications of sexual assaults. We see constant pleadings and upset about his substance abuse and trying to find ways to get him help and to get herself help as a family member of someone who struggles with substance abuse. We see how she's reporting a lot of controlling behavior and obsessive behavior. We see this where the police were going to be called and when in her apartment in Orange because of the fighting at that time, once they actually were called and once they weren't, from what I could amass from. What it does is it really shows how this relationship is unfolding over time and actually getting worse.
And then you indicated that Dr. Cohen, and that was in 2014, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the relationship between Dr. Cohen and Dr. Kipper?
They were professional colleagues and they were friends. And it's understanding why Ms. Heard left the relationship with Bonnie J. for her there because she was doing a lot to protect Johnny, and Bonnie Jacobs had concerns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No foundation.
She reviewed the notes, and she interviewed Bonnie Jacobs.
I'll overrule the foundation objection.
Go ahead.
Objection non-responsive.
I'll overrule non-responsive.
Please continue, Dr. Hughes.
The reason that Ms. Heard left her treatment with Bonnie Jacobs, well, one, that Mr. Depp continued to denigrate that relationship, her therapeutic. Number two, really more importantly, is that she wanted to protect Mr. Depp because she didn't want Dr. Jacobs had some concerns about perhaps his substance using in front of his children, and that she hated reporter. So Ms. Heard did not want to do anything and talk more about what was going on with about Mr. Depp with her therapist for fear that something treatment really to protect Mr. Depp.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 1059, the treatment notes.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. This is what we don't.
I think that for completeness here, he's relied upon these, and they reflect the present sense impression. 1057, please. And Dr. Hughes, you also indicated that the treatment notes of Dr. Conan, correct?
Connell Cohen, yes.
That's it. Okay, and you also interviewed him as well?
Correct.
And what was the significance of what he reported to you that related to your opinions?
Well, this was a continuation of her treatment, and the treatment here where Cohen was going was a harm reduction model, really trying to help Amber stay safe in the relationship by not talking back, by leaving, by not engaging. And those are very sort of short-term strategies when you're in a relationship mired with interpersonal violence. What we also see is what I mentioned yesterday is her functioning continues to deteriorate. She continues to have more anxiety, more affect dysregulation, sort of feelings are coming up and down all the time. She's having more, she's going on more medication. And this sort of the conceptualization and understanding of that is, sort of exposure to repeated trauma causes psychological disequilibrium. And that's, we're sort of, again, seeing the trauma unfold over time. And also in these notes, I mean, certainly there are those contemporaneous reports that correspond to specific incidents, like about the Boston plane incident. There are actual notes where she called him after
Objection, Your
she
Honor.
called
Yes,
him.
what's the objection?
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right,
I think
I'll
that-
sustain the objection.
Okay. What, if any, additional information did you get from Dr. Cowan that assisted you in your opinions?
Well, so stating that, there were times where right after an incident, Ms. Heard wrote, she contacted Dr. Cohen either by text or by email, did a number on me tonight, I really need to see you. I'm safe, I'm hurt, but
Objection
I'm
to
safe.
hearsay.
I think she can rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection to hearsay.
Okay. Well, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of the notes, Defendants 1057.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. Move to strike the hearsay testimony as well.
No, we'll continue on. Go ahead.
Thank you. You were asked about a knife. You were shown Plaintiff's Exhibit 90, I think it was till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase as it related to Amber Heard?
Objection, Your Honor. No.
He showed it in cross-examination. I'm able to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to talk. I'm just letting her go back in.
Knife?
Let's pull up Plaintiff's 92. Tom, could I get you to do that, please? I believe you in response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp, you said context is. What did you mean by that?
Well, first I believe that this is the knife that has a turquoise end, and this was when Depp was filming The Lone Ranger, and he was in a turquoise phase, and she purchased him that because she thought it would be the only way out of this relationship is death.
And
Objection to hearsay.
I don't understand the objection to speak to that.
But
Yeah, it's Mr. Depp's statement, a party opponent
I'll
admission.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Okay. What is your opinion? What do you think of that as a clinical psychologist in specializing in IPV and trauma.
Your Honor, can we
Okay.
approach?
Sure.
Bears any relationship or significance to the opinions you've had in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustain the objection.
What, if any, significance does the knife have to the opinions you have provided in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
So there are several things. I certainly am aware that at this time that Ms. Heard purchased this knife, was engaged in her whole lot of denial and minimization about the extent of the violence in the relationship. There is about when Mr. Depp uttered this to her was around the discussions of the prenup, and he said, I don't want one because the only way out of this relationship. Didn't think that that was funny. Ms. Heard was taking it like, oh, maybe it's endearing, maybe this is okay. But it was definitely a clinical cause of concern.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you listened to an audio tape. What, if any, photos did you review as part of your examination?
Objection beyond the.
You review as part of your examination that she also looked at photos.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's beyond the scope.
Dr. Hughes, based on everything in the cross-examination, do you have to any of the opinions that you provided to this jury yesterday?
Objection compound.
Overrule.
I don't have any changes.
And do you still hold those within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody, but you're free to stay in the courtroom. Okay. All right, Judy. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. Just to not do any outside research and. All right, we'll be back at 2 then. kind of day. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura Amber Heard to the stand.
All right.
Amber Laura.
I do.
Please state your name.
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
And what is your address?
I-
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's 1.
Okay. And what is your profession?
I mostly.
Okay. Now, why are you here?
I am here because
And how do you feel about that?
I struggle to have the word. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks, relive everything, hear people that I knew, not my ex-husband with whom I shared a life. They have. This has been this is the
Trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was, I suppose, the primary witness since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath for 4 days, under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. It's called Manor. And I was raised by my mother and my father, and I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whit Heard.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
And I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart, so right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses. She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in this and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Can you just tell me about?
Overruled. Good.
You just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, you that necessarily like to be ridden, and there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession. He was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had, so it was my job to, stay on.
To react to the horses.
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could, and I wanted to Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I went several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town, and I grew up quite, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an average, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started classes that I paid for by working there, effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the put yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
Okay. And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home, and that was important to me. It's just time at home, and I really loved meeting people. So I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's museums, typically, because they would work with younger volunteers, and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at with deaf kids for, I love it.
And when you worked with deaf kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading and 404. And relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Well, I taught myself how to sign basic sign language, and I pursued it. I audited a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early. Audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit a majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really any to apply I did makeup once. She said, I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're ever out in LA. And I was like, and she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there, and that's, I was 17. And I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those were expensive, so I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a tag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about 10 auditions sometimes a day and would change clothes if I needed to in the baking, and I just hustled from one audition to the other. And I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing, and then eventually my role more important or bigger, and it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, you know, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies, you know, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess, you know, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2000. Just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated they didn't. You have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. Just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair. I did small roles in big films like, you know, Zombieland and Pineapple Express, movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights. But again, I had small roles in those bigger films. And then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of in terms of my career for those initial.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2000.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You know, you get a call back. I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks with the director, and then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
The same, we liked a lot of the same stuff, you know, obscure writers and, you know, interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else or know or like, and he talking about things that we care about, and I was so surprised. I wasn't a fan of his work, I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. You know, he's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already an actor. I was 22, I think, and we're getting along about obscure, you know, I just hadn't really, I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
Role in The Rum Diary.
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, and shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up, and I hear, you know, this like deep voice on the other line, and he said, you got you know, you're it, kid. You're the Hunter wrote this part. And
the concept here, and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend, that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, you know, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of.
And where did you film the Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can,
It was a bit surreal, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s, so really looked beautiful. Cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for, a better scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set, reading, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, more open with me. We pull up, and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the AC blasting. The whole thing was, we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal. It didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be. You don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there. Already kind of talking like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And I think that was it.
Okay. There come a time that you ended up,
after or in between scenes. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared, in a kind of wine that I enjoyed, and I was going on about how great this, so I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something, and I brought him a bottle of this wine, and get back to set, and...
Can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
Because I was doing undergarments that are for the back of my robe with his boot, and I kind of turned around and laughed. I didn't know what to make of it at the time. It kind of pushed me down on this bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful, or else like that. And I just giggled.
At that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time? Time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job. Johnny clearly felt that way about me. Had indicated, we were both in relationships, and it is a job, and it was in a relationship. So we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's, so approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico? When you left Puerto Rico in the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Communications, written communications as well?
And I was driving, and he invited me over to his home in California, Beverly Hills. And so it was quite unexpected. Speak, but the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, and kind of hung up, feeling really, he sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, made a reference of collectible on a different, a different job. He did send me some guitars. I know one delivery. I was informed about one delivery, and my intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, "What should I do?" And I attempted to deliver and called me immediately and said, "What should I do?" And I said, "Well, send it back," and she did, and that had already previously attempted delivery.
That you ended up having to go on a press tour for the Rum Diary. So that's close to two and a half years after you filmed. Could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a movie promotion of that movie. You go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events place to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for the Rum.
I had just finished going through the process of separation with my... Remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour. And I said, well, perfect timing. And we did that, I think.
So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
We did a press day to have a drink with him and the director. As soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with. I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had. Then we drank red wine and continued to talk, and the talking became us, reconnect. It was like reconnect instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and it felt like there was an electricity to the room, and so I felt. We talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene, and he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
Any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this full and strange time. We were flying from one, not together, but going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around that we did together, that we participated in together, and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different. I think in London he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up the press tour. It was on. I'll put it that way. I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few, and then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over.
What, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, we had this, he wasn't, the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner. And of course, as a woman, troubling, and I'd ask him, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year and that they were known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar. Not a little bit, we had to be, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then, it was beautiful. It was, I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. He understood me. I felt he understood where I came from. I felt that, like, when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole. It made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million. And that kind of, just lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, you know, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense, doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store and doing life. We were like hiding in these places. He has so many homes. And so we'd be in one of those homes, or my home at the time, and glow, as we would say. Just music and the kind of books that we both loved, and poetry that we both knew by heart. And it felt like a dream. It felt like
dating. I take it you're dating at this point, right?
Yeah, sorry,
you're falling in love. You're also dating, right? Okay.
Yes.
Did there come a time early on ended up going to his Bahamas island?
Yes. So shortly after, you know, I think, you know, as I mentioned, this bubble, you know, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, you know, just smoking cigarettes and playing music, and me, or painting, you know, just talking, and then he would disappear, and there'd be just no way to get a hold of him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared. He was dealing with some health issue, and would I join him in the Bahamas? And a trip with a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA land LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one another and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, you know, thought the man really... And we had this beautiful, I don't know, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time, and we fell head over heels in love with this man.
So after the Bahamas.
Correct.
Okay. So what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, one movie to the next, mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when we would go back to this bubble, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then I'd go off to work. And so would he. Well, eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger and mid-2012, is that right, when he was shooting that?
That sounds right, mid-2012, yeah.
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in a Robert Rodriguez film that shot in Austin. Okay. I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement, so.
Okay. And so what, if any, visit was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him, and on one of his locations, and I would, because I couldn't really, you know, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And we would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest, and as he was filming. Johnny had, you know, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had had a health issue, something with his liver. That's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
Okay. And so we've heard about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I suppose that I took off his boots on him, and I was happy to, anything I can do to show love. Certainly how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to you were with him in the Lone Ranger?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that eventually, being in the Southwest, it can happen really quickly. I also too really love turquoise, and he has he loved knives. When Johnny loves things, he does it a lot, and lots of it. So he had these daggers that he had given me that they were beautiful in design, and they're, long curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud. I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I, thought was romantic.
The expression, the saying?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship had...
Early on, Johnny was so kind. Johnny was so kind, so generous. Dad and my dad's a big personality. He's a rowdy guy, and Johnny just all of a sudden Johnny had this southern accent and was really like buddies with him, and they really seemed to get along very well. He was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns. He gave him knives. They had this. Johnny just really showered my dad, and my dad's a working man, salt of the earth guy, and he was just like, floored. He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come onto these locations, and and my dad was just like, I think while I was visiting Johnny on Lone Ranger and they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really found a bond with them. It was he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel like special, and they did. My mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any, relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
Johnny's so generous and can be this really, like, overly generous almost, like showering you with gifts and just, and he has access and means to really, we're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant gestures, and it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I relied heavily on my friends, and had a pretty strong support network. Showered them with generosity and love and light, and invited them to come to these exotic places, and flew people here and there. Incredibly generous.
So going back to the filming of the Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp, filming of the Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to a horse? What if anything?
Overruled. Johnny at one point in first said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's also, how will I take care of that? Or, it's so extravagant. So eventually he got a hold of my dad and worked it out with my dad, like what kind of horse to buy, and then showed me a picture of this horse and said, "It's yours. It's coming here." I think it was being transported, and he said, that he had my dad's help on it, picking it out. And I grew up on my dad's horses. I grew up riding with my dad. So, I had resisted for I think about like a month and a half or something of him kind of bringing up the idea, and me, a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept to. All of a sudden I had a cult.
So through 2012 and your relationship, could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship evolved through 2012?
It was always intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that way. When I was with him, I felt that like butterflies. I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, I was head over heels, and he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt there wasn't any love. And then I started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back, and I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think. All of a sudden, the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back, and he'd just be different. And I'd say something, and he'd accuse me of saying something in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like, I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, he would make these comments about, whoring myself out, but do me acting, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, very, expletive, just this. The point is, it felt really dirty to be an actor. Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was everything every time I was walking out of the house, asked me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid? Oh, I see." As stupid as that sounds, I felt pretty in this dress I picked out, and I showed it him because it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, kind of thought it was weird. He wasn't saying anything about it. I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like, "Did you see the basically I felt pretty, and I thought, like, did you see that?" I wanted him to say something about that, I guess. And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was mad at me, didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up I said, did you see that thing? And it's like, but it, I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, "Yeah, kid, that's what you're putting." My dress was low cut. I get it. It's low cut. But I felt, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. Made that choice. Of course, he's right. You start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast. No wonder you, that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it continued. And then a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. He loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. Threw a glass at me, and I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind, thinking that it like very easily could have hit me. And that, calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word. It was just until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or, like when I'm standing there, just hit the wall screaming at me. But then he would get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he was done, cleaned himself up, he had done it before, and wonderful, like, almost like just unreal, like unbelievably nice, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved, like it would get so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, our relationship kind of started to develop.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was on the couch, and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation, there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. He was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar of cocaine out on the, I realize that sounds weird, but it was like an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, he's drinking and we're talking, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just, black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he, wino. Says wino, and I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking. I laughed because I didn't know what else. Because I didn't know what else to do. I thought this must be a joke. This must be a joke, because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking he's going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke, but he didn't. He said, "You think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch?" Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. Adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're crazy." I just stared at him because I didn't. And he slaps me one more time. hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking. Because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there, carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy. I didn't know how to react. I just want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. Because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I'd leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I walked out of that house, and I drew a line, and I stood up for myself. I was just looking at dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door, because I knew I needed to. And I stood up, and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like, I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. It's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it, and it's done. I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before. It's done. But on his knees, and I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos. And I got up in my car, I walked to the car, I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay, or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. I sat in my car, and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window, and I remember just seeing on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time, and eventually, I don't know, I don't remember what I did when I got home. I don't remember, I went to my therapist. I told her.
I'll sustain as to what she may have told her.
I went home, and a few days later, started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting texts from Johnny, you know, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, you know, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than lay it on you or lay it upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. Showed up to talk. You know, he understood I could never forgive him, and it was done. So I felt kind of safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, you know, yeah, we'll talk. I think, I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple cases, actually, of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about. Expensive wine that I could never, at that time, dream of affording, you know. Hey, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. That he'd put this thing away. He'd killed the fucker, is what he, over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. Never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him.
Chose to stay in the relationship?
Yeah, I did. I believed it. But, you know, I believed it wouldn't. I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
And so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So just, is this a good time you're in a relationship after that time with Johnny?
Got bad again. It was almost, you know, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, you know, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. It was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. You know, what I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. When I went, sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else, and then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? You know, if I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that when couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row, and when I came back, he was angry at me. Why? And then he started accusing me of things, probably, like, at first it was indirect, and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head, which is a constant when he was drinking. Eventually that became, you know, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, crazy, you're wrong, I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down. I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I'd get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point, looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. Eventually, he just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said, I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him. And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry?
What number?
Defendants 1783?
1783.
Do you recognize this picture? And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee, typically.
Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes. As embarrassing as it sounds, which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became...
Amber, let me ask it a different way.
Thank you.
The picture of you, is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection. May we approach?
Sure.
Would you please describe some of the cycles you had with Mr. Depp through 2012?
So in 2012, the violence was, you know, relative to what it became, pretty, you know, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this kind of you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but they were within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed. That was a person I had had something with, and I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode, throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had to defend myself. I had to tell him so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, you know, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to defend another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me. Then he would smash. It started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, you know, eventually I later would either push him off of me, or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I'd try to, not in 2012 so much, but actually my defense was I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. It was try to stand up to him that way. Later I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it, but at the time in 2012 it was he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times. And then he'd come back telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life, and with the combination of him being a thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, you know, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, a solution to that, and it would feel great, and we would be good again, and he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually I'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. Pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs. Then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just, Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates very different from Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I had to get good at paying attention to the different versions of him. 2012, I was in the beginning of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you confide in anyone? We're having. I think she
Objection
can say
hearsay?
I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right. So you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead to Defendants Exhibit 150. 150.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
Why did you decide to confide in your mother about the issues you were having with Mr. Depp?
I think I felt safe talking to my mom because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me. This was happening and was happening to me. I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom with Mr. Depp and physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
I sustain as to compound.
When did you start your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his kind of get brought to his house, typically in a secretive way, and then he'd come to mine in a secretive way, and it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing, and then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently, have someone to talk to about how scary it was. The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage that this man had.
Or hearsay. May we approach, please?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, afternoon break, so please do not talk about the case. We're doing the outside research. Okay, we'll see you soon. All right, and Ms. Hurd, just a reminder that now that you're on the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, so we'll be back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, I'm going to take you up to 2013. Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I remember it was after a period of some peace, and then sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol, and at the time had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we I want to send a picture to your dad of support," because I sat with my dad, and so he poured a shot and kind of picture. I don't drink spirits, but I know that, you know, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He had broken. I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever. Sounds foolish now, but I, you know, held up him and we sent the picture to my dad because, you know, I didn't know what else to do. And I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking. And then the month got crazy from that point on. It was a bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having with, well, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of being with them, and then he was accusing me of being with my scene in Spain. I'm, you know, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me. You know, hey, that it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting at about the accusations. I'm convinced him of one. It was a revolving door at that time. A painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my artist. That was one day he was convinced that was proof I was sleeping with her, or having an affair with her. I didn't really love him, and all the while I'm him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot, and he's kind of saying, let's send it to your dad to show support. And what I remember, like it's almost like it was a never-ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get to the point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of like pure joy. And it was one fight after the other. March.
So, incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
For months. One day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point, you know, like he stays up and keeps weird hours and smokes and stuff. But the brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine, and it was like, it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making, effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for, an affair with my ex-partner, with whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, you know, it's been there, and what are you talking? That doesn't mean anything. And you know, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful. With one of those normal, what do you call them, Bic lighters, he wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of fight, like didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could do, nothing I could say. I tried leaving. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the 2nd of March. There were several incidents in March, though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Waits.
Well, let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendants Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
61 with redactions.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you Defendants Exhibit 161. The date on this is 3/12/2000. Text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it thought you should know there exists a book? Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa? Isn't it?
It's Johnny texting me.
No, there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about and I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday night?
The building was one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I remember, again, of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. Any of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He like called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And it was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this relationship, and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't internalize, like, I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of, you know, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
I'm going to take this one down and bring up 170A. Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2000. I sent it to her because I had been texting about some of the craziness, and I...
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 178.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown Johnny slapped me. I walked away from him, and we got into like a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction, arm, and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many, and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Bring up 170. Thank you, Michelle. And if we can, and just to start, it's 3/23/2013. We'll scroll up.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
Let's wait until we get to the spot. All right. Is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, that picture that's on the text.
With no words?
Well, it says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to her mom
May
for
we
the
approach,
date?
Your Honor?
Okay, sure. All right, 170 will be in evidence with redactions.
And may we publish to the jury, please?
All right.
And that's the picture you
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd, 2013.
Yes, it was from a previous fight,
Okay.
the bruise.
All right, now, occasions in March 2013 with Mr. Depp.
Yes, were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't, can you tell them what you mean by that orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting, I'm sorry. It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not true. So I held out, and he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was cocaine and booze. And I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't going to be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced. And he had something to go film that was important. And there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his sister, you know, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. Me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually he had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over, you know, buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get, eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things, bit off, and it's gonna go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but like seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot plan. So I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. I went with him. We grabbed the dogs. We get in the car. We're on the way there. We're headed up Sweetser is the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street, and he had, it wasn't all the way down, but you know, he's constantly smoking, and at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, chunkier teacup Yorkie. He's howling. Everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was like, cause him to react, drop the dog. You know, it was just this eerie moment where more than that weird memory more than that weird memory, I have a memory of everyone. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and driving, but no one reacted. They just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house, I suppose, for the day. And we, all right. Just don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, you know, so we get him there. And no one reacts. when we get in. I mean, we walk into this and everyone smiles and says, you know, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. I think is B the one that's in 167? Does Your Honor show that one to be defendants? I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, this might be your 167A, but it's in evidence as a plaintiff's number, and I'm not sure which plaintiff's number.
Your Honor, I don't think it's this.
Photograph, but a little different, is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the same
right, well
photograph, then we'll go with it. Then what number is
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 167A.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. $67A.
Okay. The boxes that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines? And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a...
Different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, and anyway, I remember at the time that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France. The shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that time. I didn't like it, but I didn't.
What's the bag, the brown bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his pro weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it there appears
a single song that they were filming a video.
Did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to 167, please. And is that the email in which 2013? Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top, with identifier, take out the rest of it.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, so I'm going to do those redactions, 167 in evidence with redaction.
All right. And may we publish the text message, the email that you sent to Rocky with this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Take you to, let's go to, let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
Fancy trailer park, like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere. Set up with these little, go there with friends, and we were gonna do, like laughy, as we said, laughy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do out there. It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine, kind of like a party out in the desert with a few friends and campfire and music around, and somebody who took it kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where DMA hit her. She kind of, we were sitting, to be the effects of the drug. And I think I had eaten but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember if I really felt anything of the effects of that, but that was the environment we were in, and I did this thing where she leaned into me. Johnny gets really activated. She thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, like it was a joke, but he was like, hey man, what are you doing? And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more. And I knew, touched my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl. And louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands and Johnny grabbed her and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? And he kind of held her and she just looked frozen. Understanding what was going on, I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand and kind of, I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was brought to the trailer. And when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, John had been instigating the, and asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that with this woman, and I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer and that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just raged onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. A wall sconce. He cleared you, and he's screaming at me. He's just screaming at me. The bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I could. It sounded like nonsense. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying. I wasn't involved. It became clear to me he was like looking for something. He asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he says, you know what I'm fucking talking about. Mess with me. Where are you hiding it? And he kind of like makes to look. I kind of like gestured to him and I said, like, what am I, where am I what am I hiding and where am I? And he starts, and he's, what feels like patting me down or saying, I had just dyed this thing myself, pink. And it's just one of those things. He's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs, and he said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. Somebody who did from like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something. It made no sense. And he like just shoved his I just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he just twisted his fingers around. I didn't say, like, stop or anything.
So the next morning, what transpired?
I remember thinking that Johnny would change his mind. Yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip that was to end, you know, just to be over and go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park, and I remember just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, you know, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking no one knew what was, you know, I felt so lonely, like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, you know, like normal stuff. So I made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And he had this like black mesh tank top, not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, you know, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation after that, and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look, Michelle, Exhibit 176. Did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading, and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
In June 2000, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit taken away from? Sure. Thank you.
By June, I was so in love with this person, because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was. But he was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful thing that would come out and take over, and it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved, another thing. And no one told him, no one was honest with him, no one, he'd pass out in his own vomit, he'd lose control, body, he'd lose control, and
everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick. You know, and then he'd walk around saying he didn't know, until he did. Until he couldn't support it, did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean, and he'd get so loved. This thing that made me feel loved, that made me feel like my soulmate sound. I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something that I just got it. Understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me, was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me, and if everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rocks I hung out with that had gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, I thought he did. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age, I was twice my age, and I saw hope and promise. I had so much hope. The whole thing, kids and growing old, hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do, which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection, hearsay.
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll overrule for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
That letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, in help. And he would thank me for, as he did, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Did there come a time later in June that you finally met Johnny's kids?
I'm sorry. Of 2013, I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe a year and a half at this point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his kids' art. Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them, and finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland. Summer 2013.
So then I'm going to jump to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about that.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. Did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very, again, had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe, ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had MDMA before. You know, I thought it's a lovey drug. It's a, you know, it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, you know, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop. The lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. You know, I could maybe be the fun girlfriend. And I learned the hard way that that was not happening.
So what happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. And Johnny took several. I didn't count, but you know, it's very different when you see someone take one versus set any alarm bells off. And things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant, I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some. She, of course, said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, you know, a few minutes go by, and same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly, just like MDMA friendly. I mean, after all, she reacts in a way like, you know, like defending herself and was trying to clarify. And he grabbed her by the wrist, slammed it down on the table, and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that these things would happen in these kind of cycles where there would be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it looped. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. He lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, you know, normally hangs out, and the doors closed, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia. I don't really remember, you know, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because it was gonna aim at me, because he had this particular thing about, well, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride. I didn't say anything to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what are drugs. You know, wasn't an affair, wasn't, you know, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was a, you know, I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, you know, at this point, I don't even run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, you know. At some point, he whacks me in the face. And I don't remember feeling pain or like a nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I realized what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he, you know, again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. I recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my nose.
Objection, hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, objection. He gestures to my nose and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly felt really embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I don't know how, like, just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time. Gave me Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside as embarrassing as it is, I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. It's so stupid, but like the emotional part, you know, I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was, you know, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would be capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. What happened on that trip?
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again. Kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was emotional, and he just, you know, that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk, and was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
Thank you.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily Rose said.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you can tell gestures,
Sorry.
you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said, okay?
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like dead fish kind of way to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way, like if they're completely okay, you know, well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way, like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do. Okay, you know, it was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point over, and it looked a little scary, the way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry, and
expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions. You can't say what Lily Rose said.
So Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack, and crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realize that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time. Help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. Embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel. I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than I could sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me, well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat, or off of the island, leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off, and Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind, and we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, we're done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely, and I'm holding his daughter crying.
Let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendants Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so if we may publish it to the... And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages for you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point to
is
break
probably-
for the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, today, again, do not read anything about this case, do not do any outside research, and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay? Thank you. And again, ma'am, since you're still in the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody. All right. Anything further before? All right, we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.